Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful day today. All right. Excuse me. A bit of cough. Ooh. Diablo 4 is on sale right now for the weekend. I'm wondering if I should pick it up. Just because, it's on sale. We wouldn't play it right now, but it is on sale. Let's see here. What is Vessel of Hatred? Is that like an official expansion or something? Wow, that's pricey. That being said, Grim Dawn's expansions are generally full price all the time as well, so. 40% isn't that much of a discount. But it would be something. Definitely would be something. I'll have to think about that. I have over the weekend, so. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry. My Steam window popped up as I was launching the game, and it's like, oh, they're having an turn-based RPG fest. It's like, what's in that? Some good stuff that I've thought about playing before. Unfortunately, none of it's on sale. You would think that they would put this stuff on sale, but nope. Divinity's still full priced. One of these days I'll play through a Divinity, but I'm not playing through a game that old for $40 and $45. It's just not happening, They can stay on the wish list for however long it takes for them to get reasonable for their age. Oh, so many. Anyways, we'll look at that later. All right, let's get into this. Excuse me. Okay. Don't need you anymore. Make sure chat's on top. And chat is connected. We are doing our elite playthrough today. So we get switched over to my elite guy. I was up late last night. Way too late, mind you. Because I was looking at things in game. And I did some missions specifically so I could get some specific crafting components. And I have crafted some new gear to give me a hand on some stuff. So I'm thinking this is going to be helpful. Couple things here. So we had this before, but I put a new component into it. It had some type of component in there. I've made a new component. I've made something called the Seal of Annihilation. This gives me 20 spirit, 5 attack speed, 5 casting speed, and 10% less skill energy cost. However, the big thing for it is the Annihilation. It's 50% chance on a critical attack that this will trigger. It's a 1 second skill recharge, a 5 second duration. 20% reduction in the enemy's health. The enemy also has 55 offensive and defensive ability drop, and decreases their energy health regeneration by 50%. Which sounds really good. Enemy's health goes down 20%. I don't know if this will ever trigger on a really big boss. That could be very interesting. All right, so that is the new thing that we have for that, the Seal of Annihilation. So we'll plug that guy back in. We did have a belt here that gave us some points towards, I think it was Soldier? Yeah. But I found a new belt that gave us a point towards all of our skills. 155 to all damage, 14% critical damage. 8% of my attacks are now converted to health. So this is more lifesteal. More physique, more offensive ability, more total speed. So that's attack speed, move speed, and cast speed. 100% more retaliation damage of all types. And +1 to all of my skills. So that's both my occultist and my soldier skills. So that's cool. So for this one, I chose Anguish. As it also gives Anguish, that is, which is 10% on attack, 25-second skill recharge, 6-second duration, total damage modified by -25%. So it kind of sucks a little bit, but we'll see how bad it affects us. I don't know. I'm unsure on this one, but it looks kind of interesting. And then we put I put the Coven Black Ash on it, which is just some chaos resistance. So we're going to be pretty much up to our full resistance levels here in a bit. I'm replacing my current hat here, which gives me +1 to all soldier skills with this guy. Also +1 of all soldier skill. It's part of a set. So some of its stats are a little bit weaker, but I kind of like it. I put the prismatic diamond on it as well, and I should have put a augment on it, but I have not yet. Hello, vampire. How you doing? All right, there we go. So now we have a skull helmet. I have the next version, the mythical version of my empowered Doomforge breastplate that I've been wearing. So this one gives me +2 to Cadence and Soleil's Witchfire. It has basically all better stats. All better. All nicer. Plus a whole lot more armor as well. I am putting on Titan plating for this one, which increases my total armor by 12%. Gives me some pierce resistance and more, so reflected damage reduction. I think that's actually coming back towards me then. And some more physique. And poison resistance. So that we got that. And then the shield that we've used for quite a while now, we are going to be flipping out. We're going to be using this shield instead. It's the Siege Breaker. It has a better chance to block less damage, which is but it also blocks more often. So I think it should kind of balance out over time. Let's see here. It does physical damage instead of chaos damage, but that's fine because we convert all of our physical damage to chaos damage, so that's nice. Offensive and defensive ability, pierce resistance. It increases our pierce resistance to 83, and it gives us +1 to all skills in soldier, not just the Witchfire. So I think this should be better overall. For this, I put on the Seal of the Void and Hexer's Kiss, which gives us a 15% chance of reducing our target's resistance by 15% for 5 seconds. So that's what we're going with there. All right. So all of these guys are going to be stored. So right now that means we're sitting at 2,800 offensive ability. I'd like to be a little bit higher, but that's okay. And we have to rearrange some of our numbers here because we have more than enough in these different levels. So we're getting more skills, which is awesome.
Got something you need stashed?
Yeah, I'm gonna save these guys for right now. All right. I need something for this helmet, don't I? I might go with, I need more poison. I thought I had poison. Guess I don't. Give me a second. So, I'll go get another poison one. Where's the poison one from? Venom Guard Powder. It's a Rover's one. Okay. We can go and grab that. But yes, this is now our new setup. This actually does slightly less damage, it says. I think it will do more over time, though. I could totally be wrong.
I'll keep an eye on this.
So what have you been up to, Vampire? Oh, I do want to also make some potions, because we know we're going to run into things.
Got any more scrap metal?
Elixirs. I think I want to go kill more of these guys.
Go on now.
Not much. Yeah, so we're going to see how this rolls. It looks cool. We just have to see how it plays now. So we, Secrets of the Lost. Few Steps of Torment. Well, we could try this off in the Steps of Torment. I mean, sure, why not? Why not? What could possibly go wrong?
It's safe with me. Promise.
What could possibly go wrong?
Don't get killed out there.
Will give us a chance to go past that one, the rovers, and grab some more protection for our poison. Well, if we're gonna check this thing out, we might as well check it out against big and beefy guys, shouldn't we?
See you around.
All right, so that brings us up to 73. Just making sure I have something on everything. What is this? This is...
See anything you like?
What's up, Mambu? How you doing? All armor. So that would give me another 6% off of this one. We don't need the pierce. I think for right now we will do this. We might not always keep that there, but that'll keep us up to 79%. So we're basically maxed out here. And my physical is now up to 27% physical resistance, which is a lot better than what it was. And we got that from this shield. This shield gives us plus 16% physical resistance, which is damn awesome. Like I said, so we're not doing quite as much damage, but if we are resisting 16% of the physical damage coming in, I think that's going to be better. Is Gears in need of an upgrade? That's always the case, isn't it? Always the case, isn't it? But yeah, so I did some pretty big upgrades. You got the full 94 set. Just need to get there. Yeah, not too far away though, is it? Oh, hang on a second. I have to reset my stuff. Do I really want a monster in frequency? I guess I'll keep looking at some monster and frequency. So I have some possibilities to do some interesting stuff with my new gear. I was saying earlier that I went to sleep way too late last night because I was looking at the different recipes that I have gotten, and I went out and I grabbed some resources so I could build some stuff. So we're gonna see how this new gear works out for me. I'm hopefully it's going to be good. I'll show it again right before we head into this thing here. So the game says we're going to be doing a little bit less damage. I don't know if I agree. Oh, I didn't. You know what? Hang on a second. We have to travel back to base, but we'll do that in a minute. We'll throw down a portal here. I forgot to redo my skills because these new items have given me a lot of extra skills. So we have to make sure that we take care of that. I'm hitting these guys right now because I'm trying to, I'm afraid if I go into Steps of Torment, it's going to trigger the Arkovian undead boss. And I really don't want to fight him when I only have one life to fight him, because that would suck. But we still have a lot of down below to go through, so it won't be hopefully that bad. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me again. Goodness gracious. All right. So, the things that I got that are new. New helmet. It does some of the same things as my old helmet, which was a +1 to soldier skills. But I kind of like the way this one looks better. Thank you. The new shield. So this is where we lose some of our damage, but we gain a lot more resistance, and we get +1 to all soldier skills. And then we have the upgraded version of this breastplate, which is just straight up upgrades all down the line. And then the new belt, which instead of being +1 to soldier skills is +1 to all skills. So that's nice. Although it does have anguish. I don't know. And anguish looks like it's a debuff, but we're gonna see how this goes.
I'll keep your stash safe.
Might not be something that I like, but you know what? We'll try it out. You used to use that belt?
I'll keep an eye out.
So what did we pick up right now? All right, don't need that. Don't need that. We did grab this purple, which is... Don't know what that's for, but...
Safe storage, no questions asked.
Well, it has a lot of good stats on it, you know, but the debuff does kind of look like, eh. I mean, if you can get away with
Keep an eye out.
the debuff, the fact that it has +6 to your attacks, to all your speeds, and +8 to health steal, +1 skills,
Come see what's left.
That's-
of my wares. Iron well spent.
+1 to all skills with life steal and
I sense
Speed?
turmoil within you.
I mean, I understand why it doesn't have, you know, everything, because it would just be very, very overpowered.
Safe journey.
All right, so we have 4 points to spend here. Our current attack speed is what? 196. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Not quite sure where I want to put the last 3 points. This is one of the big things that changed, is that I put the Seal of Annihilation on this guy, which has a really interesting chance on critical attack. To lower my enemy's health. If that was to trigger on a... That was to trigger on like a challenge dungeon boss, or a or one of the nemesis bosses. That would be insane. That they would just lose 20% of their health. I don't know. It's probably not that big of a great of a dice roll. I don't know if I want to do more health or more offensive. I think I'll do more health, maybe. You know what? We're going to do that. A little more offensive ability. Oh, and then let's actually spend these points. The max is... where do they max out at? Because this one looks like it maxed out at a lower level. How can we tell if they are maxed out? I guess if it doesn't say next level, eh? If it doesn't say next level, it's maxed out, I guess. There we go. That's quite a bit more damage now. That's why I was saying that the damage difference that it was showing with the different weapons. Well, I don't know. Still probably just about as much. Alright, let's see how this new set of gear works out. I'm hoping I trigger the Nemesis boss before we go into the actual challenge dungeon. I need to figure out what the... So that's attack speed reduction. That must have been that one thing that triggered. So that is this triggering. Or not. Because that wasn't that little. That's from this. That's them doing. Yeah, okay. See, I'm waiting for that debuff to trigger. I want to see what the debuff looks like. That's Anguish right there. Alright, so Anguish is the purple one. So if we see the little purple one up here, we can back off. Fair enough. I can do that. Generally, if it's maxed out in terms of points you can put in, there will be a blue border. Oh, there'll be a blue border around it. Interesting. Okay, blue border, blue border, blue border, blue border, blue border. So this one's maxed out now. Blue border, blue border, blue border. Gotcha. All right. Okay. Blue border, blue border, blue border. Okay. It's going to be interesting to see how this shield does. Because I lose some damage from it. I do lose some damage from it, but I have a lot more protection. So it's one of those where it's like, I don't know. Damage per second. There's about a... There's roughly a 3,000. There's roughly a 3,000 DPS damage difference to it. No, we didn't get tired at all. We're going to be doing that Saturday. I'm looking forward to dying with bamboo. Starting on Elite has been fun. It might be rough, but it's also fun. I have enjoyed this. All right, well, guess who showed up? Okay, there are a lot of guys here. All right, get your swing on. Come on, get your swing on. No. Get your swing on.
That skill's not ready.
Whoop. Come on, swing. Swing. Oh, crap. That was the swing. That was the one I was trying to avoid. Almost killed me. Oh, yes. I'm sure it's fun to watch me die over and over again. Just trying to clean out some of this stuff before he gets over here. We fought him in here before, so...
That skill's not ready.
I had to pop my heel there. I didn't want to, but I had to. I was stuck. Get away from the ice. Look for an ice wave to come in.
I can't do that yet.
Ah, we got anguished. I'm going to back out while the anguish is up. I think this might be working better, guys. Because guess what? Am I playing on normal or elite right now? Holy cow. We're playing on elite. And that's probably the best we've ever done with that guy. Thakard is officially a Grim Dawn streamer, you know? Here's hoping. Even a player's POV probably too. Sometimes when there's no threat, it gets a bit boring. True. Alright. A hand cannon. Not something we can use. And mythical shade leather leggings. Everything is addicting. Especially if it's something that you've played before. Whenever you get back into it, it's even worse. Okay. So I don't know if that was easier because, one, I'm just better, or two, I was just taking less damage because of that resistance that I have now, or three, if it was triggering things like Annihilate. Like I said, we have a whole bunch of different things. Because Annihilate will take away 20% of the dude's health when it triggers, which is insane. This protects me for 60% physical damage, which is pretty insane. This has more lifesteal and attack speed, if I'm not cursed. And then on top of all of that, I put another Seal of the Void on this guy. So that's another WPS. So it's more likely that we're getting this to trigger, which gives us a 16% chance to trigger 150 degree arc. Targets up to 3 meter range. Hits him for a hell of a lot with fire and chaos damage, and then knocks him down for a second. And we have 2 of those. And those numbers do stack. So instead of being 16, it's 32% chance that that's going to happen. Our WPS is actually starting to really get up there. It's not guaranteed yet, you know. What's our WPS sitting at right now? So we said 32. So 32, 52, 60, 58. No, what did I say? 32? All right, so 32, 40, 60, 60, 88. So our WPS right now is at 88%. So that means the chance that we trigger a WPS attack is 88%. The chance that we will trigger a default attack, just a normal attack with our weapon, is only 12%. So the vast majority of our attacks right now are going to be attacks that do extra damage. They have a little extra oomph on the swing, shall we say. Which is pretty great. So we should be sitting, like I said, at 88% WPS and then 12% DAR. You can definitely tell when Anguish triggers. Luckily, it also has a very distinctive icon as well. It's really easy to see when the icon pops up. Battlecry is one of the things that we had on one of these guys. I can't remember which one. Oh, I haven't even put that there. Oh, Battlecry. Oh, this is a new pair of pants, too, by the way. This was one we got just last time. Oleron's Rage. Has Battlecry, which makes me even better. What was I looking at doing? Hang on a second. I was thinking about something. What was I thinking about? Oh, I know what I was doing. Okay. I have a couple new skills I can use. Siege Breaker. It's basically a bash of some sort. This one I don't like that much. I mean, I get it from the one thing, but it doesn't really do much. So I mean, we'll put it up there, but I doubt I'm actually going to use it. That's what we forgot at home, guys. That's what we forgot at home. Yeah, RuneScape is something that I never played.
Safe storage, no questions asked.
It was just one of those things I've never done.
I'll keep an eye out for this.
Why not? I just never did it. When it came out, I was doing other things. So I've just never done it. No reasoning behind it. It's just that I never did it. You know how it is. Got a heart. Nice. And a blue. All right. Sometimes there's just too many things going on at any given time. Whoa, 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 whoa. My cursor went weird for a second. I can hit you on the other side of that door, don't you worry. Alright, he died. Zarsolzan's Archive of Wildfire. There's a lot of spirit needed. Alrighty. We're looking for the Archives of Fates. Let's see if we can find it. Here we go. Don't screw this up. Here we go. Wish me luck, guys. You'll pass? Oh, harsh. You want me to fail the dungeon? So are you wishing me bad luck, or are you just not wishing? You're like, I'm not going to wish.
Skill's not ready.
I don't need luck. Nice recovery. Nice recovery. Here we go. Mythical Cruel Edge. Mythical Legionnaire's Triumph. Okie dokie. Still not quite sure why I can break that wall. I mean, technically, I could just run past all these guys to the bosses. I kind of like beating up on all this stuff, though. And I also like it when I open up chests and I get like a rare and Mambo goes, "Are you kidding me? Why are you getting so much stuff?" Okay, which one of you assholes is healing this dude? There we go. Dude got healed like up to full like 3 different times. Like, that's just uncalled for. Are you going to fight the boss I sometimes struggle with? Yes. I think I might actually do quite a bit better with him, because
That skill's not ready.
that's my new ability, by the way. That thing. That would go really well with Force Wave. I really want to make a Force Wave build now. Force Wave, Torrent, Aether Smash. This thing, where it's just attacks in front of you. That looks so cool. Because I'm better than Mambu? I don't know about that. Mambu does many, many times more damage than I do. I still have to learn way too much before I'm even competent. But I'm thinking I'm gonna do better, Mambu, because mainly because of the absorption. I was thinking of saying it. I would never throw my boy under the bus like that. It's not his fault he's a frog. Can't help with how you're born. One of the problems you have with the Primal Strike guy is like all your procs are lightning based, so I literally have no idea when they're firing versus Primal Strike. Shouldn't Primal Strike give you an icon when it goes off? Most of them do. Alright, buddy. Time to lay you to waste. Archives of the Fate of the Untold. That is the item we needed from our quest. So we can go back and complete the quest, and the rest of this dungeon is just gravy now. We got what we were really after here. Let's try and get something good out of it. Enemy hero killed. Wonderful. I will fight the big guy last just because I want to get all the goodies from the dungeon. And I do kind of have a weakness against this guy. But yeah, what I was going to say, I don't think I ever did, was that I think I'm going to do better against him due to the fact that I have much more now in the way of physical resistance. You know, adding 16 freaking physical resistance. If that dude... I think that dude is just hitting me with big shots. And so if I can, you know, resist 16% of that big hit that he comes down with, that's really going to help my survivability.
Skill's not ready.
Or at least that's the hope. Alright, someone over here is healing. We gotta put an end to that. Okay. Down we go. How do I do this one? We go right. Okay. I might also run Port Valbury today as well because I want to get a better version of my current axe. And I have to get that from Port Valbury. That's where it comes from. So the only place I can get like this really nice axe that I like is from a challenge dungeon. Works for me though. You are curious. Will you play Enshrouded again someday? Yes. Enshrouded has gotten quite a few upgrades as they were continuing through their development cycle. I'm just waiting, and they recently got a rather large one, so I'm thinking about going through and playing that again here in the, I won't say the not too distant future, but I would like to play it again. I'll probably just continue from where we were, having to relearn everything. Yeah, but yes, I am going to be playing it again. I was looking forward to see what they have added, and so I'm really excited about doing some more Enshrouded. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like I played the big chunk that they had, and I really didn't have any intention of coming back. It was one of the things with like when we were doing all the survival Fountain of Youth stuff. It's like I would do a new playthrough every single time they would bring out a new section. It was like, was it fun? Yes, but it was just like you were constantly just doing more and more. It's like, this allows me to do like other things, and so, you know, I'll wait for a whole bunch of new changes to be implemented. I think it's probably close to that now, but definitely going to be doing some more Enshrouded. It's an excellent game. Have I heard from Pack since Helene? I talked to Pete just the other day. Give me a second. I talked to Pete the day of, and then a couple days later, I'm just checking what he had said. And as far as I know, he did not have any type of serious damage. The storm was far enough to the west of him. He lives east of Tampa in Florida. And so I think he said he got some rain and wind and something like that, but not much in the way of other things. As for his absence, Mambu, apparently his computer finally gave up the ghost. So he's in between machines right now. But apparently he's getting a new rig. So he should be back hanging out with us soon. Let's see here. Yeah, they got wind, rain. They said they didn't even get lose power where they were at. Said it was like just like a big regular thunderstorm. So he was fine. To be perfectly honest, Florida, where the storm came ashore as a Category 4 hurricane, they took damage. My state, however, has taken catastrophic damage from the same storm, but when it was much weaker in a tropical storm strength. Just because it went over the mountains, and it has caused so much damage in Western North Carolina. They have not found all the dead yet, because they haven't even gotten into certain regions of North Carolina right now. There are probably going to be several hundred people that die here in North Carolina from it. And from the things I've seen, the government's worst thing that they hate is social media, because the people that are able to post from Western North Carolina are FEMA's nowhere to be found. You know, it's like, are there National Guard and stuff like that out there? Yes, but they don't have enough of them, which is ridiculous, because we have two of the largest military bases in the country in our state. An incredibly large Marine base, largest, and the second largest Army base in the country. And so we have air bases for both of those. They're loaded down with helicopters. And our current governor and our current president are just asleep at the wheel, or asleep on the beach, while people, still are staying on rooftops.
That's locked.
All right. How about you guys unlock it?
Don't take enough energy.
Your boys and you are going... Hey, stop hitting me. You and your boys are going down to Gatlinburg area in a couple of weeks? Really thought about going over there for a day to see if we could volunteer for cleanup. Not sure if you could even get there since I-40 is washed up. Well, Gatlinburg, I know much less about the Tennessee area. But all I know is that Gatlinburg and Cherokee, North Carolina, are pretty damn close to each other. And Cherokee was having serious issues. So it wouldn't surprise me. But I don't know how much... I'm not saying don't go out and help. I'm not sure that what all is needed or required at this point. Right now it's... Unless you're bringing a helicopter with you with massive amounts of food and water. The whole cleanup phase isn't even started yet. Yeah. Water was high, basically in that entire region. Politicians don't care about people unless they won votes. Well, how should I put this? Because, all right, I'm just gonna say it. You're not hearing nearly as much about this situation as, say, you did Katrina, even though this is the worst hurricane since Katrina. Katrina would be like the #1 overall, and this would be like the #2 overall. The difference is the person who's in office that they don't want to embarrass, that they were willing to embarrass before, and the people who are being affected. Because when it was Katrina in New Orleans, George W. Bush was in office, and the people who were on rooftops were black folk, and so they could go, George Bush hates black people, that's why he's watching them die. Now you have Joe Biden, who is literally sitting on the beach in Delaware while this is happening, and Kamala Harris, who is at a sorority party in a fundraiser type thing while all of this is going on, and through the days later. But you know, because it's a bunch of white folks in the mountains, you know, it's people that they don't care about anyways, it's not being talked about. And that's just the honest truth. They can't make hay over it, so they don't care. And should I say that? Probably not. It would probably get me in trouble. Do I care? Nope. God bless America, am I right? Well, I still take it over anything else, to be perfectly honest. For all the issues we have, I would still rather be here than anywhere else. Doesn't mean that we can't make this a better place by making better decisions from the populace, by doing better and helping people out more and being kinder and more open and respectful, making our better choices when we vote. And then for our politicians to actually do what they're there for, which is to support the people that put them in those positions of power, and not to, you know, pad out their stock portfolios. Miss Pelosi. I find it insanely interesting that, you know, Paul Pelosi, Nancy's husband, who's apparently is just like a really, really good stock picker, you know, always starts picking these stocks like, you know, a month or two before there's something happening in Congress with those things. You know, I just find it, he's really knowledgeable, because I'm sure it's not Nancy Pelosi giving away secrets that she should, you know? Don't get me wrong, and it's not just a them thing, it's an everybody thing. That's why I think there should be, I think there should be term limits for congressional and senatorial seats. I mean, if we say that a president can only serve so long, why can't we say the same about the representatives and the senators? You know? And I think there should be a thing where you cannot buy individual stocks you and your family cannot buy individual stocks if you are in one of these positions of power. So it's like, all right, if you're in a position of power, you can still buy stocks, but you have to buy like a mutual fund, which is a series of stocks in a group. You know, you can't just use your knowledge to fatten out your own pockets. You served your country for 7 years, fought in Iraq for 11 months, and at this point in time, you 100% regret that? Feel ashamed for defending the cesspool? You know, just because you have people who make poor decisions, you don't ever have to be ashamed of what you did. You know, you did things based on the knowledge that you had at any given time. There's nothing wrong with that, you know? There's nothing you should feel ashamed about when you made your life choices based on the information that you had. People are panicked buying TP again. Well, the ports are not open, so that's a thing. I read that you will probably swim in toilet paper rather than having a shortage, probably because you can't sell any. Well, people are always told to, in these emergencies, stock up on supplies. And that's a good thing to do, you know. You look at people in, you know, North Carolina and these areas that still don't have power, you know, days after the storm. It's like, you sure hope that they had stocked up on food and water before this all occurred, you know? Now for people that are just your normal folks, shall we say, here in the suburbs, they have less reason to worry about that stuff. But I don't think the port strike's going to last very long, because the people who are in power right now cannot afford for the port strike to last very long, because the longer the port strike lasts, the worse it is for them politically. So don't expect it to last very long. Yeah, but I hate citizens too. Blue-haired SJW, land whales, religious people, drug addicts, homeless people clogging the streets. See, I'm one of those religious people, but I'm not one of those people that is going to try and force myself upon anyone else, you know? Unlike your SJW blue-haired folks, I'm sure those guys will try and force themselves upon you. Open the door. Well, it was much less price-wise when I said afford. It's much more, they can't afford the political ramifications of causing the economy to go crazy. But how do they end it? If I am a dot company, I hold out, frankly. I would be looking to see how I could put Kamala's immigrants to work. You know, well, DeSantis in Florida has basically moved some of the National Guard from, you know, the duties that they were doing out in the areas that were affected by the hurricane in Florida, since they're not needed in those areas anymore. He's actually sent them to the ports to see what they can do there, which is an interesting way to do it, because, you know, these organizations do have their own logistics and supply people. I mean, that's where it's like, okay, so you're using what tools you have as a leader to help blunt this. That doesn't change the fact that it's happening. It's just making it not as bad for your individual state, which is what a governor is supposed to do, you know? They're looking out for their state first. Well, I don't think so, Mamu, because what they're going to do is they're going to tell the people, you know, the Democratic call to action: vote early and vote often. You know, it's always been a thing. And you're saying that's never been a thing. I grew up in Chicago, guys. Trust me, it's a thing. You know, giving homeless people cigarettes so they will vote for your party. Yeah, that's happened like in almost every single election. Never gets covered. Oh, crap! Well, that didn't work out the way I was expecting. Well, usually we don't have an issue with that guy. I didn't step out when I got... Normally, when I get my armor... You get the armor break, I back out. I didn't back out that time. I was hitting and I was trying to read chat. It's what you get for not paying attention. That's fine. It's part of the game. Or it's part of the streaming game. What portion of the military did you serve in, Enders? Findings of Bismil. Pulsating obsidian shard. Where's that one from? Tomb of the Watcher. All right. Navy, you were a spook. Naval intelligence. Volunteered to set some hardware in Iraq and rolled with the frontliners. All right, is Navy intelligence the ones whose line is, in God we trust, all others we watch or observe, all others we monitor? Is that Navy intelligence? If so, I think that's like one of the coolest catchphrases ever. Oh, this is the Bastion of Chaos. Okay. You know what? We never did this guy over here. I wonder if we missed a mission for it. Yeah, Iraq is one of those things where... Was it needed? I really don't know. You know, there was a large intelligence failure, but it was, I mean, it wasn't like it was just our country that was saying that there was this whole weapons of mass destruction thing. It was like the vast majority of, and I don't know if enough people and enough governments could get around to agree on making something up like that. I think a lot of choices were made about the Iraq War based upon, one, shall we say, personal hatred. It was it was his dad that went in the first time, and he wanted to finish the job. Two, it was in that post 9/11 era. And three, there was this evidence from multiple countries that there was WMDs. It was mostly Americans saying it, but I mean, there were intelligence agencies from multiple areas that were confirming things. So it's one of those. But yeah, it's our biggest issue is that we've decided in the last 20 years that we want to get into nation building, and it's not really a smart thing to do. Well, I've never bought into the whole thing that the war was over oil, because if the war was over oil, we would have a lot more of it right now. I mean, don't get me wrong. I believe that was an aspect of it, but I think a lot of it was that he wanted to finish his dad's job. And it's one of those things where it's like, I mean, I think everyone can also agree that Saddam Hussein was not a good guy, you know? But it's like, are the things that replaced him, are they any better? You know? It was called Operation Iraqi Liberation. Yeah. Well, the U.S. has a lot of quote-unquote friends that, you know, if they're enemies, how should I put this? The U.S. has a lot of people where it's like, enemy of my enemy is my friend. They aren't necessarily good people, but they also disagree with people that we dislike more, you know? You just look at what the U.S. did during the Cold War with people that they allied with, you know? You're going, these are not good people that you're allying with. And their response was, well, but they're not the Russians. You know? Well, in World War II, we teamed up with the communists to fight you know, Nazism. Yeah. Oh. Well, in many aspects, they were worse than the Germans. And that does not mean that the Germans were good or that they didn't do nasty things, which they obviously did. I mean, when you go out and kill that many people, you're not ever in the right. But it's like the things that the communists did pre-World War II, during World War II, and post-World War II were horrific. Can't people just leave well enough alone? It's like... But then again, I mean... It's why the, you know, people like you that have served, it's like... There are truly bad people out there that would love to do horrible things to good people. And it's like, it's one of those where it's like, you just, should we get involved in these things? But some folks are just... It's like one of those, do I think that war is necessary? I don't think it should ever happen, but sometimes I think it's necessary. For a long time, I thought about serving. I never did serve, so you can only take... I can't speak for people in war. I study history, and that's basically it. I wanted to be a pilot. That's what I wanted to be. And I had fully intended on joining Navy or the Air Force as I was growing up. That's what I wanted to do when I was a kid. Was be a pilot. And then 6th grade came around. And I got glasses. And nowadays, you can still do stuff like that because you can get LASIK and all those nice things. But it's like, back then it was like, oh, you got glasses? Well, no flying for you. You get to put weapons on the bottom of planes. You wanted to go to space? I hear that. Well, that wasn't necessarily my way, but I mean, at the time, if you wanted to be an astronaut, you had to be a part of like one military or another.
That skill's not ready.
You had to fly at some point, because all the astronauts were all former pilots for the longest period of time. Thakard Shroud. Yeah, I don't see that ever happening. I think eventually we'll get cooler heads into positions of power. You want it to be digitally uploaded to a computer? That could still happen. That could still happen. You should have watched my Stellaris playthrough a couple months ago. We played as a group of people that became a digital intelligence. That was an interesting playthrough. That was actually quite fun. You liked Stellaris, but hate how war works in that game? What's wrong with it? It does have an amazing soundtrack. That's literally what plays when my stream is about to start. It's all Stellaris music. We need to be attacked by aliens and then we will have peace. Just look at the historical records known as Independence Day 2. Yeah, well. You can't just declare war. You can't just declare war and start conquering planets. You basically have to claim which planets you're taking beforehand. If you don't, you can't take them. Well, I mean, you can always claim them after the fact. It just costs a lot more in the way of influence. So yeah, it's considerably more. It's not a little bit more. Faster than light speed. There are a lot of really good tracks. Faster than light speed is one that has one of them that has vocals, isn't it? Or faster than light. The one with the vocals is pretty damn tight. Crusader Kings? I need to get back into Crusader Kings. Let's see here. It'll only take me a minute, guys. Faster than light. Multiple versions of it. That's faster than light there. It is a great song. Not that one. Not that one. Okay, let's see here. That's the wrong channel. That's the channel I want to put that on. Okay. All right, not faster than light. So many good songs. Where's the one there? Is that City of Arcane? I really like some of the electronic stuff that they have in there. So yeah, it's the vocal version that you like. That actually, for some reason, isn't on this list anymore. Which is weird because it's still in the list of... I think it's because it's the local or the official soundtrack that was like a bonus thing, maybe. So OST. Let's see here. Here we go. This is one of the best songs in the game. Oh yeah, there's no reason not to listen to it on repeat. So the question is, guys, when are we going to be attacked by the Nemesis in here? Will it be during the final fight? Well, we have to fight the Nemesis and the final bad guy at the same time. Yes, FEMA is out of money. You are correct, Mambu. Or what they've been saying about FEMA is that they won't have enough money to deal with any other additional hurricanes this season. Which kind of sucks when you're not complete with the season. You know? And the fact that that you're then told... Shocked Pikachu face. Exactly. It gets worse, guys. There we go. That's what we're looking for. It gets worse than that. Because one of the reasons why they don't have enough funding, so get this one, is the fact that over the last 2 years, I think the report said, they've spent nearly $1 billion. They've spent nearly $1 billion on resources for illegal immigrants that have crossed the border. So FEMA has spent $1 billion that was allocated by the government to help the citizenry in case of a natural disaster. And they've used that to help non-citizens who are illegally crossing into the country. I don't like that. I have no problem with immigration, okay? As long as it's done correctly. The fact that a person's first action in a country that they want to get into is criminal. And the fact that then they get $1 billion worth of support while people who were born here can't get that support, that sucks. All right, that sucks. It's highly unfortunate. Unfortunate is really not the right term for it. It's insane. Spending a few dollars in Ukraine too, yes. Spending a few dollars in Ukraine. See, people focus on Ukraine and they focus on like Israel, where we're spending money. But we spend a lot of money in a lot of countries all over the world, you know, and worlds that for some reason, oh, not worlds, planets, countries around the world that will then go and talk about how much America sucks. I'm really tired of our government giving money to people who hate us instead of using that money to help, you know, people in our country that are having issues. You know, the way I talk about stuff like this, I come up sounding like a bleeding heart. But my thing is, why can't we take care of, and you know, we're talking about Enders, who is a veteran. It really, really pisses me off that we have veterans around the country who are on the street, who are suffering, who are, was it 311, I think was last date, of veterans who end their own lives, like on a daily occurrence type thing. Why the hell are we giving money to anybody? Anybody. When people who have given the very most for this country can't get that money. Take all the money that we give to Ukraine and Israel or any of these other countries that we're supporting, and for just 1 year, give it to the VA, to where the VA can build new facilities and hire new people and do all these different things. Because I know a lot of people have the issue. Now, my grandparents and my grandmother's particular, because my grandmother served in World War II. She was treated like royalty by the VA. But I know that's not the case for a lot of people. Politicians don't care, you know. Come close to several locations, on several locations. Well, if you're ever close, come and talk with me. Come hang out on stream. Because people like you do not deserve what they get by our country. And this is a long time coming thing. It's like ever since the Second World War. It's kind of been, soldiers have been thought of more as an asset than people, to do what needed to be done at certain periods of time, but then not treated with the respect that they deserve. And that really pisses me off. You guys can go breed fumes together. It says because of survivor's guilt. I say it's because my country forced you to take the lives of people I had nothing to do with. Yes, on both accounts. But you know, it's one of those things where I hate to use the just following orders thing for you, but it's one of those things where if you were doing what you were supposed to be doing, the blame does not reside with the tool. The blame resides with the person who was controlling the tool. And I'm not calling you a tool, per se. I guess I am calling you a tool. Not in the negative connotation, though. It's just like when people go, oh, guns kill people. No, people decide to use a tool, be it a gun or a knife or their bare hands, to kill people. It's not, the bare hands' fault. It's not, the knife's fault. It's not the gun's fault. Same thing as it's not the soldier's fault. Confirmed Thakard called me to him. Yeah, those soldiers, they're all just tools. It's not your fault. It's the people who are, giving you the orders. And that's why we need people in charge that do not want continuous wars, do not want these things to start up and keep going, And, I mean, you can like him or hate him or disagree with me completely, but I think that as much as Joe Biden talks about how he hates war and how his son died in war, which didn't happen, mind you, but how his son died in war, I still trust Trump more on this situation because he just wants to stay out of stuff. His idea is the Theodore Kennedy, wrong Teddy, Theodore Roosevelt. Speak softly or walk softly and carry a big stick. It's like the threat of being a big badass that can just ruin your day is enough. We don't have to actually go out and prove it every single day of the week. I would much rather have a president who doesn't want to be involved with any of this stuff, but will sit there and go, if you push me, we will respond. And I won't respond with half measures, I won't go, here, we'll give you weapons, but you can't use them against your opponent. You can only use them defensively. If it's one of those things where it's like, the old saying of, don't start a fight, never start a fight, but make sure you're the one that finishes it. That's what I feel, Trump is about, is that don't want to start the fight, but if we get into one, by God, I'm going to be the one that wins. And that is enough to put most people who are being aggressive back, in their place. Because most people who are starting the wars are cowards at heart, They're bullies. They're cowards. All bullies are cowards. The reason why they bully is because they can't take someone standing up to them. In general. Some of them might just be sadists, But in general, it's people who are trying to control their lives by controlling others. And that's why it's like one of the biggest things you can do with a bully is stand up to them. Because they don't know how to deal with someone standing up to them. And they'll collapse like a, marionette with their strings cut. The Ukraine thing is one of those things that, we're talking about these government officials. And I honestly do think that a lot of this whole Ukraine situation is the fault of the United States. It's like we made agreements about how far NATO would go into Europe. And, we said it will go this far, no further. Trust us. And then we kind of changed the rules. It's like we're sitting there and we're Darth Vader on the, on Cloud City. We're talking to Lando and it's going, it's like, but those weren't the rules. We agreed to something else. And the United States is going, pray that I don't alter the deal any further, right? Am I saying that Russia is a good guy? No, not at all. Do not get that into your head, because I'm not. But if you say to someone who is your enemy that, you know, if we make this agreement that we will go this far, no further, and then you go further, what is the enemy supposed to do? You know, Russia was basically minding their own business for the longest time. You know, it's just... But no, we had to expand NATO. Why? Well, because we have to expand NATO. Like I said, is Russia the one that is in the wrong in this situation? Yes, they are. But is the reasoning why they chose to do what they did, is that based upon our own country being stupid over the last 30 years? Yes, I also agree with that. Vampire, I've heard that the U.S. wants bases in Ukraine. Yes, they want Ukraine to become a part of NATO so they can base military assets that are like. So this is the thing. We nearly went to a nuclear war with the USSR because they wanted to put missiles in Cuba, 90 miles from Miami. Us putting offensive missiles in Ukraine is the same as the Soviet Union putting missiles in Cuba. Mambo, I hear you, but you can't convince me for a second that is why Putin invaded Ukraine. He also doesn't want the USSR territory back. I still don't understand why people dislike NATO. I mean, NATO is a defensive pact, so the more countries is in NATO, the more peace we will have. No, I understand. I understand. You live in that area. But it's one of those things where it's like, the issue came about. They expanded NATO. We then agreed that we would never, the kind of line in the sand with the Russians. The kind of line in the sand with the Russians was oh, there, here it is.
Can't do that yet.
Gotta avoid the balls. Gotta avoid the balls.
I can't do that yet.
The line in the sand had been Ukraine. We had basically said multiple times that we wouldn't build any type of, we wouldn't expand NATO into Ukraine. And then our government started talking about expanding NATO into Ukraine. It's like you can't just say one thing and then change what you said and think that it's not going, that the people on the other side of the agreement aren't going to be scared with that, you know? I understand it's closer to you. But it's one of those things where it's like, if you it's one of those, it's like if you put yourself in the position of someone else, you go, why was the US being so shitty? Why couldn't they have just kept things as they said they would? Why did we have to push further, you know? I mean, just because a group isn't part of NATO doesn't mean that we can't help them out or back them up. Or if there is a threat coming at them from a different location or from another country, not protect them. It's just, if you're one country and there's another group of like, what? How many people are in NATO now? 30 countries, roughly? 30 or 20, 30 countries? And they want to expand that 20, 30 country group to your borders? That's how would you not feel threatened by that? You know? I'm not a Putin person. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, had we not in the early 2000s and under Obama, if we had not gone and back on our words, but regardless, this whole anti-NATO expansion failed because his attack causes Sweden and Finland to join, two countries that never would have joined. Yes. I honestly think what you're going to see is that there's going to be a peace treaty, and Luhansk and Donetsk and Luhansk, those are the two regions. They'll be, I think what you'll see as a peace treaty is that they will remain as a part of Ukraine, but they'll be an autonomous part of Ukraine. And the agreement will be that Ukraine can't be a part of NATO. And don't get me wrong. Historically, Russians have been very, 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 very aggressive. You know? Because in the history of civilization, in Europe, it has gone one of two ways. It's usually either Russia attacking into Europe or Europe attacking into Russia. No, yeah, I mean, do I think that he thought he had a much better army than he does? Oh, yes. I think the Putin had originally thought, I'll just go in, we'll bust some heads, and we will get a treaty that says these things cannot happen. But the Ukrainians are freaking mad dogs. They fight like insane peoples, Good on them. But it's like, I just don't know why we had to escalate tensions. Did we start stuff off? No. That was purely a Russian thing. But why did we have to turn up the temperature on the burner? I just don't understand why we decided to do that. I'm becoming more and more isolationist, more Teddy Roosevelt as time goes on, where it's like, yeah, we don't want to get started anything, but if we get started, we'll be the one that ends it, What amazes me is a tiny Ukraine has basically beat the hell out of an alleged superpower for nearly 3 years. Yes and no. I think one of Ukraine's biggest issues is now they've gone into Kursk. Kursk is where armies go to die. Okay? They talk about Afghanistan as where empires go to die. Kursk is where the Russians, you know, the number one hobby in Kursk is encircling enemies and wiping them out. That's kind of what happens if you go to Kursk. You're going to get yourself encircled and wiped out. It's like the U.S. needs to stop being the world's police. See, I don't think that will ever end because someone has to control the shitstorm, which is this world, you know? But I think one of the major issues is that, especially with Europe, is that Europe is relying on the United States to do all the dirty work for them. And I think that has then made leaders of the United States think that it's kind of, they have to be more aggressive. They have to be all of this stuff, you know? It's the fact that, you know, the fact that Britain and, or, you know, England and France and Germany, they all sit there all high and mighty on their high horse going, oh, we've banned, you know, cluster munitions, and we've banned mines, and we've banned this type of weapon and that type of weapon. And they can sit there and they can act morally superior to everyone else around the world because they know that the United States isn't going to ban anything, because the United States knows when the shit hits the fan, sometimes you need things to go boom in a very big way, you know? And so they can sit there acting morally superior to everyone else because they know if something goes wrong, the U.S. will back them up. That's one of the things that I thought was absolutely great about Trump, was when he said, you know, if you are a part of NATO, you better start paying your fair share, right? All right. Can't talk anymore for a second, guys. In the middle of a fight. I wonder if we can see the one thing trigger, or if it will. Well, we just lost Olgrim. He just got sucked through the rift. I don't have any energy.
I can't do that.
All right, we got more energy. All right, now the dude's swinging wildly. All right, hang on a second. All right, there's the break. Let's move around a little bit.
I can't do that.
This is where I need hang on a second. This is where I need like music from this is where I need Metal Gear Rising music. Hang on, guys. All right, so Metal Gear Rising OST. All right, let's go with this. If I'm gonna do this, we're gonna do this right. As much as I love the music in this game, it's not Rising music. Let's be honest.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that. That skill's not ready. Energy is low.
I need more energy. Hey, there we go. Misery. All right. Yeah, whenever you're in a boss fight, you have to turn on the Metal Gear Rising soundtrack because as much as I love soundtracks of other games, there is no game that has a soundtrack as good as Metal Gear Rising. That's like a fact of life. Metal Gear Rising has the best soundtrack ever. I need to replay that game. I beat it a long time. Misery is what we grabbed there. Misery is a legendary one-handed sword. Nothing that we really use. It's Nightblade and Oathkeeper. Interesting. Alright, well, bad guy is dead. Isn't the US's job to see that everyone hears? Yes. We need to go for it, Icon. Let me ask you, Ender, where is it that you might be going still. Where is it that the limit to that, I guess you would want to know.
You've returned. Is it finished then? So our great moment of triumph is soured with
Champion of Cairn, we've beaten it on the elite
defeat at the
difficulty.
Necropolis marks humanity's first major
Mythical
victory in this
Will of Bismil. Alright.
Let's see what I can do here.
Good, you're back. Do you have a moment? I struggle to admit this, but I must. You see, the Luminari have long been aware of it.
Limit to what?
Excuse me, could I have a moment of your time?
We were
I
talking
overheard
about
you
how
were headed beyond
other
Gloomhaven in
places
hopes of reaching
can-
Malmouth.
My father and I were part of a small group that managed to escape the...
Other people that can deal with their own issues, and we don't have to be doing it. And I agree with that quite a bit. Where is the limit on that? It's like, at what point do we as a nation that cares about freedom and life and stuff like that, supposedly, where does that come into play? Where do we step in? At what point do we step in on the world stage? Filling up the coffee cup. Actually, let's get different. Okay, we shouldn't at all. Just as we hate it when people force their beliefs on us, we shouldn't force others on our side. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. You know, as you're speaking to beliefs and such. They want to be communists and say fuck the world. Well, fuck around and find out. It isn't our place to say no, that is wrong. Okay. I can see that. Now, do we step in when, say, a communist nation attacks another nation? Another group of people? Or do we step in when, and this is one where we could be doing more about this, you know, should we be stepping in when a government in, say, Africa, a warlord or something, is exterminating massive amounts of other people? All right. So very much stay out of all wars. They are not our business. Okay, fair enough.
What brings you to my forge?
Fair enough.
Go on now.
Now, I personally, like I said,
Safe storage, no question.
it's one of those things where the defense of the innocent, I think, is one of the places where I would call like a line. But like I said, I'm also a person who has not gone through all of this. So my opinion on such things are clouded by that, you know? So I perfectly respect the opinion of we just shouldn't be involved in anything ever, period. That's perfectly a legitimate claim and idea. That's a cool looking Thakard shroud. It doesn't give me what I need, but it's kind of cool. So what if Russia invaded Mexico? Well, that's pretty far away. That would be a very hard invasion to do. I mean, it wouldn't be a long invasion. It's Mexico. But it would be a logistically difficult invasion. Oh, that's perfectly fine. I just love having conversations with people, and you know, that have different experiences in life than I do. You know? It's like, how'd you get real knowledge? Well, I talk to people like, you know, you guys. I learn about other nations, about, you know, their people, their cultures, through speaking to you guys. That part, you think that countries should help others, just not push things upon them. Before World War II, you like the USA, they did help, but stayed out of things more or less. To be perfectly honest, for a long time we tried to stay out of your European wars. Your European wars. I honestly don't know why we on a different continent of this world need to be dragged into every single European conflict. I do think there is a defending those who can't defend themselves. I'm actually a proponent of, but I don't know, it's... Then again, I'm not the one that's doing the actual defending. You're the reason? Denmark is the reason that we have a country? Europe? Well, Europe did send the people over here, that is true. I mean, we were kind of fighting against one part of Europe during this thing. Oh, I didn't see that guy back there. It's like, hang on a second. Mythical Gavel of Ravenous Souls. Necromancer. That's interesting looking. The only country to ever beat the US was Canada. You know, I have issues with the way that Canada is run too. I hope they get new leadership one of these days. I know Putin is not happy with the way that Canada is being run. Plenty of countries have beaten America. I don't know about that one. Our record in war is actually pretty damn good. I mean, the fact that America... And see, and this shows you kind of something about America too. The amount of time that America has been like legitimately at peace is like minuscule in comparison to the I mean, they may not have been major conflicts, but the US has always been in military conflict somewhere around the world for like nearly its entire lifetime. I mean, nearly the entire lifetime. I think it's what, 30 years or so worth of time that the United States during its lifetime hasn't been at war or hasn't been at conflict with someone, which is bonkers insane. Kazakhstan sucks because they've been infested by the French. I don't know, man. I think Kazakhstan is in trouble because they have a communist as a leader. like, is it Kanukistan or is it Wokistan? When I think as a nation, when you start telling people what words they have to use in a given situation, you know, when you start telling people what words they have to say, that's when you know that you've gone way too far, you know? It's like there are other places around this world where they have, you know, they're made to say certain words, you know? And usually they rotate around the lines of, you know, whenever you see this person, you must refer to them as the glorious leader, you know? Where is profitable? Rule of acquisition number 35. The wisdom of Star Trek. How do you know that Thakard's a nerd? Well, when he talks about political matters, he brings up the Ferengi rules of acquisition. Yes, I am a nerd. Proud of it. Okay, Nemesis is on the way. And I can't lay down a thing here. Oh, it's this asshole too.
That skill's not ready.
All right, let's get out of that area, get rid of those damn mines.
That skill's not ready.
I'm not just a nerd, but an old nerd. I'm damn proud of it.
Yeah. That skill's not ready.
Ow. Ow.
Can't do that yet.
All right, let's heal.
That skill's not ready.
I can't move.
That
Oh,
skill's
I'm in
not
trouble.
ready. Do that yet.
There we go. We got him. Okay. How old am I? 40 pushing 50. Alad. I think he's close to 60. Alad's right. I was born in 1983, if you want to start doing the math. I'm not going to do the math because then I'll have to actually think of the number. I don't actually look at the number of how old I am anymore, because I'm at a point of my life where it doesn't matter. And it's just depressing. You know, there are a lot of people that would be retired by now. Well, I won't say a lot of people. There are some people who would love to be retired by my age. Me? Well, I'm not even living paycheck to paycheck. But I do enjoy what I do, so there is that. "26? Just kid. Young whippersnapper." By the time you were 26, you had 2 confirmed kills? That is one thing that I'm glad my soul does not have to bear. Because that's one of those things where those of us who have never needed to do such a thing can never realize the type of effect that has on a person. Gave up your soul a long time ago? Well, "43 with a mentality of a 20-year-old? That sounds about right. I mean, it sounds rather familiar. I often wonder what the channel would be like if I had started it, you know, 10 years earlier when I first thought about it, and I thought nobody would ever want to listen to me do anything, you know? I still don't understand why you guys listen to me do anything. Still 18 at heart? You might be 18 at heart, but your heart is no longer 18. I'm holding you hostage. If it works, I have to have someone to talk to. That being said, we are getting more and more people coming in here. I am a figment of your imagination that you enjoy listening to every once in a while. So I'm like, I'm not actually here. More and more people who don't know H&G. Yep, that's where we got the start, where I got my start. Oh, I love that game. Heroes and Generals, a first-person shooter / real-time strategy game based on the Second World War. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it is what was H&G. No longer around. It's all good. That sounds monumentally boring. Actually, surprisingly not. Alright, we needed the pulsating obsidian shard. Somewhere in here. Fun fact, you can't play war games based on real wars. They tend to trigger flashbacks. That sucks. So what is your favorite style of game? What do you do for the relax? All right, Vampire. See you after a bit. You have a good one. Thank you for hanging out today. I know a guy who was like, his big chill thing was golf games. He couldn't golf anymore. He had a MS. So he can't physically golf anymore, but it was one of those things where it was like, golf games was his thing. Okay, that's a couple of rocks. Well, these situations always affect people in different ways. There's no right or wrong way to deal with trauma. Well, I won't say there's no right or wrong way. Avoiding some of the more destructive ways of dealing with stuff is probably better in the long run. A couple remains who had 24/7 hard-ons the entire time they were in Iraq and loved fracking people in Call of Duty and Battlefield. It's amazing how individualistic we all are, you know? It's one of our greatest strengths. We don't all have to be the same. He did have his demons. He's not here with us anymore. Well, that is a sad state. That is what makes this interesting. It is indeed. I do think that's one of the things that makes America very unique in the world stage, is that, they talk. They talk about the melting pot. The United States has never been a melting pot because in a melting pot, everything comes together and it forms a different substance. If you look at all the different regions in this country, they all have their unique ways of going about stuff, which is so unique. It's like if you go down to like New Orleans, you know, Louisiana, life is going to be insanely different than if you're going to, you know, Oregon, Portland, Oregon, you know? It's just, we have a large enough country that the diversity of, well, it's not just large enough country, it's also who colonized the different areas of the country. You know, we have this large, diverse population, which is great. Organians still have most of their teeth? I don't know, man. Oregonians, sorry. The Organians are a Star Trek species. Oregonians. Tell you what. As much as Oregon is generally left of center politically, the one thing they are not left of center on is their guns. Oregonians do love their guns. It's like, if the government would finally come for the guns, you would have hillbillies and rednecks on one side. You would have gun nuts. They would be, you know, in the middle. And then you would have people from Oregon. Who, on any normal day, would look like a bunch of hippie folk. Except on the day that you try and take away their gun. Then you're gonna see what they're truly like. They are a very unique group of people. I thought that was a thing I could hit. It's not, it's just a thing hitting me. Oh, we got ourselves a boss. Having grown up in Texas, you're pro-gun, but you were at least raised to respect them. A firearm is a tool. We've already been over what tools are used for, whatever the person controlling them. So if you control them in a bad way, they can be used to harm. You control them in a good way, they can be used for good. And confirm that you're a tool. You know? Don't run from it. Embrace it. Embrace the fact that you're a tool. Don't run from it. Embrace it. It's like, okay, I'm a tool. We know that I'm a tool. What can we do from here on out? Acknowledge your toolhood. Oh. All right. Well, nope, we got one more over here. Okay. There was a dick joke in there somewhere. I try and stay away from the dick jokes. I try. Let's get some coffee into this old poor body of mine. I should do a play out of the classic Fallouts 1 and 2. The isometric kind of a classic RPG style. I run on coffee. I run on a lot of stuff. I run on food, coffee, chocolate, prayer. You love Fallout 1 and 2? The only Fallout games worth playing, 1 and 2? I don't know. I kind of like the first person aspect of stuff. I still think New Vegas is probably the favorite one that I've played. I mean, I've only played 3. But New Vegas, I do really enjoy. Oh, what the hell? Son of a bitch. I'm pretty sure that I killed both those guys. I don't know what killed me there. Damn it. I was... frack me. Didn't like Fallout Tactics. They did finally implement the bottle caps that you can actually type the amount. So, are you into the tactics type game? Can't believe I died there. That's highly frustrating. Well, that sucks. All right, let's continue on with the story for a bit then. Damn. Very picky about it. There are a lot of things that Bethesda did or didn't do that I think are stupid. Your favorite game is XCOM? Nice. I love XCOM. I did a playthrough of XCOM live on stream. I died. I was playing on one of the harder modes, and things went badly. XCOM or XCOM. The more recent version of the base XCOM game. The oldie DOS XCOM. I did not play the oldie DOS XCOM. So what was your opinion on the newer one? You do like the Firaxis ones? Yes, the Firaxis one is the one that I was playing. Primarily, see, I was trying to do it on classic. The Long War is insane. The Long War is insane. Have you ever played what's the word I'm looking for? Rain, come on. Firaxis one took some getting used to, but you got used to them. They are fun. And the fact that you can sit there and name your guys and get them killed. I would love to play that again on stream. There weren't a ton of people that were watching it, which is kind of why I did it once and I didn't really do it again. But I personally would love to do it again. Good backseat drive. Well, I know a lot of other people, shall we say, Vampire, would love watching me play that game because XCOM is generally about a game where, you know, you set up everything as best you can and then you get hit by a critical and you die. And not just any critical, a 5% critical. Or I've died to a 1% critical before. In true XCOM fashion. I should try out Xenonauts. Have you tried... Hang on a second. I need to take a look to see the name again. Wasteland. Specifically, Wasteland 2. That's another one of those games that I've played, but I've never completed all the way through. That I would love to play all the way through one these days. There we go. No missions? That looks like I could get past it. Maybe not. And we died in both of our attempted runs at dungeons today, or challenge dungeons. That kind of sucks. It's what happens when I sit here and I'm reading chat and try and be, you know, a good streamer. Although that's, I guess, part of the deal. They do love watching you suffer. Ooh, excuse me, guys. Wee bit of a yawn there. Is that an Ugdum? I believe so. That's nice. I need more of those. That late night is starting to catch up with me, guys. Let's keep pushing. More meats. Oh, we did reset our, because we kicked out to the main menu. I was gonna run the dungeon again, but then I decided not to. So we did kick out, which means we could get attacked by the Nemesis again. So we might run into more Nemesis. I think I'm going to stand up for a little bit. Keep me awake. Give me just a second. Here we go. Now, Anders, do you like real-time strategy war games or grand strategy like Hearts of Iron? Or do you try and stay away from like all military things? Hey, there we go.
skill's not ready.
Not quite sure how he got stuck up there, but we'll give him some love.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, he's not having a good day. Oh, he's having a bad day in those branches. So we got a double rare monster infrequent. Wonderful. Double rare one-handed ranged. Demonic Ugdenbog, Howler of Piercing Darkness. Alright, so let's take a look at these stats. Piercing Darkness and Demonic. Let's see what exactly these guys give us. All right. So, Demonic. Demonic is an item prefix that gives vitality and chaos damage, as well as offensive ability and vitality resistance. At later levels, it can give physical damage being converted to chaos damage. It also can give sigil of consumption, depending on the level of stuff you get. All right. Casting speed. And this is when it's just on different gear. All right. So this one was a one-handed ranged. All jewelry off hands, all one-handed, all one-handed. Applies to offhand. All one-handed weapons. So this gives us physical damage converted to chaos, offensive ability, chaos damage, vitality damage, and then percentage more chaos and vitality damages. And we can see that. Then piercing, so the suffix on it, piercing darkness. Piercing, no, piercing darkness. Of piercing darkness on a one-handed gives us flat piercing damage, percentage piercing damage, flat on a percentage vitality damage, more offensive, and 2 phantasmal blades. You can see the phantasmal blades there. We can see the 3% offensive, 51 offensive ability. I just like looking at these stats, guys. If you're going, why is he doing this and not playing the game? I just like looking at the stats. Rare, double rare, one-handed ranged. Not too shabby. I don't know if I'll ever get use out of it. I'm one of the characters I'm going to be making right now, but at some point we'll get some use out of it, surely. Surely. There we go. Give loot. What's up? Hello, Lotus. How are you doing today? Trying to bash some baddies and stay awake while I'm doing it. I was up way too late last night. I was up too late trying to get just some stuff crafted and built up for the live stream. So yeah, it's all my own doing. Hope your day is going well. Yeah, I had to build new gear. New flashy stuff. Really starting to get into a situation where I need to make sure I have better quality things. Because the gear is kind of what's slowing me down right now. Is your day going well? I sure hope so. Been better, but stuff happens. True enough. You are still here for another day, which means you did not let... Which means today is another victory. You did not let them win. Good luck on the crafts. You're playing Warframe at the moment? I mean, Warframe is a bit of a... Let's be honest, it's pretty much the same thing. Except instead of being in isometric mode, you're in a third-person view. I guess technically I'm in third-person view right now as well. What's the best life advice you can give? Well, at least you didn't come in with a hard request for a hard question, Deep. What's up, Mambo? Farm frame? Hell yeah, man. I love Warframe. Fashion frames, baby. Odd question. What's the best life advice you can give? All right. So outside of the obvious, don't tug on Superman's cape, don't spit into the wind, don't pull the mask off the Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with Slim. Outside of that, for the longest time, I did work with the youth groups, and we would always have retreats. And during retreats, we would give letters to the different participants. And my letter always focused on one thing. So here's what I'll tell you. And because I'm a nerd, it comes from a video game. There is a moment in Half-Life 2 where you are, a very early moment in Half-Life 2, where you are confronted by the G-Man, and he tells you that the right person at the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. During your life, you will often be in the wrong place. But you might just be the right person for that wrong place. So always be yourself. And when you get into a situation where you're in the wrong place, be honest with yourself, be honest with others, and you might actually turn a bad situation into a good one. Because the right person in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. It's profound. It's simple, yet profound. And I honestly believe it. Like I said, there are many times where you're going to be in situations beyond your control. But if you go through those situations with your head held high, you will come out the other side much better. And generally, everyone around you will as well. Oh no, not religious. Not religious. Not at all, Ender. It's not a religious thing. Not at all. Do you think the main... okay, hang on a second. So let's see here. If I can, I never let bad stuff remain with you. Okay. Do you think that the man symbolizes God? Just a theory? What? G-Man? No. Nope. That one, nah. The G-Man, I think, is just that. He's an agent that is using you for his own purposes. But sometimes those purposes align for the good. But no, I do not think he is at any point like a religious-based figure. He is basically the cigarette-smoking man from X-Files. You are correct. Either that or he's an alien. Or both. Doesn't mean that that little piece of dialogue that Gaben's crew put in there isn't actually a profound thought, philosophical thing. It can be one of two things that's in. He's that dude in Mass Effect? What are my thoughts on Path of Exile? I've never played it. Before this, the only ARPGs I've played are Torchlight and if you count it, which I kind of do, Warframe. So yeah, I've never played Path of Exile. I'm looking forward to, though.
Please.
I'm looking forward to it. I did the one that I wanted to do last time. I don't have time for this. Shoves him through the rift gate. What do you mean, don't? Enders, what's don't? What is don't? Played almost 3,000 hours of PoE. I have played EVE Online, so I might like PoE. I might. I do like... I am one of those people that really enjoyed EVE Online. I am a fan... I am an actual fan of grinding. That's probably a personal flaw. Don't play PoE. Well, I mean, I kind of have to because it's a kind of if you're looking at the modern ARPG scene, it's kind of the standard bearer, isn't it? Isn't it kind of what everyone's playing? I do have a question. It's like, well, I don't know if it's a question. It's more what I'm considering. I'm thinking about buying Diablo 4. It's on sale right now. And Blizzard putting things on sale is rather a rarity. So I'm wondering if I should pick up Diablo 4. Because I still want to play more of this, obviously. And I want to play Titan Quest. And then I want to play Titan Quest 2 when that comes out.
That skill's not ready.
You're one of the original backers of PoE a million years ago. You'd say, get it? D4 is basically baby's first ARPG. I get in here. I can get in there. That sure looks like I should be able to get in there, right? That looks like I should be able to go in here. The expansion for D4 releases on Monday. Oh, is that the green one? I see green D4s everywhere. Is that their new one? That's probably why it's not on sale. I mean, it's 40% off, which is pretty good. But 40% off an expensive game is still pretty damn expensive, you know? I'm not making it big enough in this whole YouTube streamer thing to just be throwing away money that I'm never on stuff, you know? So I still have to take a look at things. And like I said, I do want to play Titan Quest before the next one comes out. And I want to play the next one as well, so... Question is, like, how and when do I want to do all these things?
I can't do that.
Whoa, hang on a second. Someone just healed. Damn it. Oh, there's a boss here, too. And one of these guys is healing this dude. Alright, who is healing this guy? Would you kindly knock it the hell off?
I can't do that yet.
Alright, this is slightly annoying.
I can't do that yet.
Alright, my damage is currently down right now.
That skill's not ready.
Alright. One bad guy down. Alright, we are currently anguished. We'll wait for that to go away. Okay, who the hell is healing this guy? You, stop that. Okay, this guy is healing. What is he healing off of? He's not healing enough now, is he? Oh, son of a bitch! These are the beast bosses. I thought these were the Thakard bosses. These are the beasts. I guess I was attacking beasts, wasn't I?
ready.
I thought I was fighting a different guy altogether. Alright, let's slap these guys. This is the beast boss. Okay, the beast boss and the cathodic bosses look very similar, okay? Don't get all on my back. Okay, what did I miss? Is YouTube my only income? Right now, yes. I've put in lots. Recently, I haven't been putting in as much, but I was putting in like 4 different applications a day, and I did that for like 6 months straight, and nothing. Monday is the start of season 5. It's better if you try it on PC Game Pass. I might. Don't think you can go wrong with 40% off? Pretty close to true. Mythical Death's Reach. Interesting. And Mythical Aether Reach. Aether Cascade. Cool. Yeah, streaming in general. Yeah, YouTube, Twitch is where I currently make the money that I do make, which isn't a lot. But yeah, I'm talking everything from, like, you know, kitchen work to grocery store stuff, behind the counter stuff. I kind of stopped doing things. I need to get back into it, but it's when you're putting in like 4 or 5 things a day and, you know, 6 months, 8 months, nothing, it becomes a wee bit frustrating. But I do enjoy doing this. The fact that I can talk with you folks and maybe help you guys have a better day means a lot to me, so. I'd say if you got D4, I'd play with you, but I work while you're streaming, you know? If I'm making your day a wee bit easier as you're streaming, I'm okay with that. Have a Rhodian desperate for more adventures too. Yeah, galaxies. I'm pretty chill. Why, thank you. Is Diablo on Game Pass? On the PC? I haven't even looked at that. I am thinking that once I beat everything on Elite, it's about $5 on Game Pass. Excuse me. I'll have to think about it. No, hey, you, stop, Alexa, stop. I didn't ask you about a biology question. Go away. Go away. Thank you. If you search for me for under attack, actually, if you, I don't know if I have it linked on this on the YouTube side of things. I might. I don't have it over there on Twitch. I'll check to see if I have my Steam ID over there. It might be in the Discord too. I don't know. But if you look under Thakard Gaming, you'll find me. I believe we've wandered into a secret area. Okay, can we go any further? Looks like this is it, maybe. No further. All right. What you laughing at, Lotus? What did I do this time? Enders. I'm always getting some people. They're like, "Do you want to, help me out in my becoming a CS2 pro?" And I have me and a group of people. We're getting into this Dota 2 thing. There are a lot of scams out there, guys. Don't get fooled by the scams. You added me anyways? Well, good. I accepted it, too. What's wrong with 6,000 hours of Dota? I think that's perfectly reasonable for a person who hasn't played the game in 3 years. That was 6,000 hours 3 years ago, okay? I haven't touched it since, all right? I'm clean. I'm clean. What was that? I have received a gift. Hey, Enders! Thank you very much. Ender just got me a Diablo 4. Thank you very, very much. That will definitely includes Diablo 4 and Vessel of Hatred. Hot damn! Thank you, sir. I will accept that. I will definitely accept that. Thank you very much. Okay. Ender's just gifted me a copy of Diablo 4 and is that the new expansion that's coming out? Thank you very much. That is very kind of you, sir. Very much appreciated. Ender is king. Yes, king for the day. King for the day. There's... I don't know if you guys have ever seen the show Bones, but the lab nerds would always compete for king of the lab. You're the God Emperor? Wow, now we're getting delusions of grandeur, okay? You're a psionic, undying being. Yes. King of the day. I've also thought about, now people are going to be like, man, he's only thinking about these new games because Ender's around. No. I am not huge into Warframe. It's like I've never built the models or anything like that. I have played the different Dawn of War titles, or at least some of them. And I do like that RPG side of it. But I do have to say I also just installed Gothic Fleet Armada. I'm looking forward to playing that. But what is it? What's the name of it? The new one that just came out. Space Marine 2? That looks really interesting. Ender is the king. King of the day. Your cousin, you think he has 12,000 hours worth of Dota? That's good. Space Marine 2. Yeah. From what I've seen, Space Marine 2 it makes me feel a lot, just by the looks of it, it gives me the feels of Helldivers, which I really enjoyed. You do IT for a hospital. Okay. Let me ask you a question here. Because I had this conversation with someone because I thought, there was this TV show. Can't remember what TV show it was. Anyways, but in this one TV show, a person takes over like several different hospitals with a virus to get people to do what they want. That being said, they did this by walking into like 6 different hospitals' IT department. They would like wait for someone to exit, and they would walk in, and then they would just load something onto the drive. I was pretty certain that the IT folks would like be much more aware of a person trying to sneak in and put an USB into their computer. And I'm told that things like that happen. Now that we have an IT guy from a hospital, do you just see random people walking into your IT room, your server room, and like sticking USBs into stuff? I can't even remember what TV show it was. Peer pressure made you buy Diablo 4? Well, good. Sometimes peer pressure is a good thing. Oh, you're working from home. Okay. Yeah. Working from home is... You can get easily distracted when you work from home. When I was a customer service representative and GM for the MMO Fallen Earth, I was a GM for Fallen Earth for years, and that was all work from home, and it was very easy to get distracted. It was very easy to get distracted by stuff. But it's also very convenient working from home too. And it wouldn't work. Our systems require encryption to use USB 6. I was thinking that was probably the case. But it's so rare that Hollywood gets things wrong when it comes to, the stories that they create. They're usually just like so, they get all those experts to help them out, right? And they're usually just so accurate in their depiction of different places. I don't know, man. Ender, I think you have shattered my faith in Hollywood as an institution. It's never going to be the same. It's never going to be the same. I do have to say that Warhammer is kind of like BattleTech when it comes to lore. I'm a person who grew up with BattleTech, reading BattleTech novels, playing BattleTech games. I still think one of my favorite games of all time is Mech Commander. That being said, they have such amazing lore. I don't think there are two... I'm trying to think of two, shall we say, intellectual properties that have as big of a lore around them than BattleTech and Warframe. I mean, I think the only other thing that probably would come close would be Star Wars. But even that is, in comparison, isn't even that close, you know? Hollywood has always been shoddy or shady. They're shoddy too. Let's not give Hollywood any credit. Trista's Diary. Here we go. $1,200 games? Hang on a second. How many games do I have? In this EP measuring contest, I must be way behind. I don't even know how many games I have. Yeah, 400 games. Man. I saw 1,200 games posted, and then I looked and I had 400 games, and a massive amount of shrinkage just happened.
Everybody needs...
Or we need that one thing. Caraxes foul. Whatever it is. That must be up in this area. That's okay, we activated our little gate here. The lore of 40K. I love listening to YouTube channels that cover 40K lore and BattleTech lore. Are any of you guys into BattleTech stuff? You do paint the minis? See, I don't paint minis. I just buy them instead. Dusty. It's like when the X-Wing game came out. You know, they had all these pre-made miniatures, you know? And they're actually pretty damn awesome looking, you know? It's like the Ghost. I love these things. Mad Cat for life. Oh, I don't know, man. Twycross, baby. Twycross. Where we put you in your place. I do love miniatures, man. Like the Eagle Moss miniatures. The Eagle Moss miniatures are just so great. This is my other nerddom. Star Trek. I haven't tested these guys in a while. That was the Eagles miniature. This one isn't so miniature, but this is the Battlestar Galactica model of the Viper from Eagle Moss. That thing's tight as all hell. So you played Last Epoch. Is it worth it? He has been playing Last Epoch as a backer. You're burned down on it, though. Okay. You fully support EHG? Is that the company that makes Last Epoch? And so where's this guy that we need to kill? Caraxes foul and take his heart. Somewhere I missed an entrance. Oh, right there. I thought I'd gone in there. 11th hour games. And yes. All right, then. Let me ask you this, are you excited about Titan Quest 2? Do you think that THQ or whoever they're having do it will be able to make something? And will they follow the Diablo 4 or PoE or Epoch, Last Epoch kind of styling? Or will it be more Grim Dawnish? What do you think? Let's hope so. If they F it up, I'll be so pissed. Well, from what I've seen of Titan Quest 2 so far, I'm none too excited. But in general, yes, you're looking forward to it. Ooh. So what is keeping you from being excited? What is kind of dampening your excitement on it? Can I get back here? There is a chest. And some boxes to break. Alright, I think we're done with here. You know what? We can just fast travel back. Here we go. The animations look absolutely terrible and the combat looks generic. AF. But the game is basically still in alpha beta, so I guess that's to be expected. Well, I mean, if it's isn't coming out in December? I mean, that's like 2 months away. Being in beta, yeah, sure, but if they're still in an alpha phase 2 months out, it's going to be a rough couple of months for them.
Perfectly safe illusions.
Perfectly safe illusions. Perfectly safe, don't what you worry. It's all good. Perfectly safe. I'll have to take a look for that gameplay video. But first I have to play the first one. What is... I didn't attack anybody. And are you all looking forward to Fangs of Astrakarn? Let me ask that question. I'm not sure quite how people are going to respond to that one. Who here is looking forward to Fangs of Astrakarn? Is that anything that people are thinking about?
Yeah.
So when you get in the Diablo 4, see now, this is what's happening now. Well, I'm smashing heads right now, or at least supposedly I am. Nobody's coming out to play. It's been a while since they've done anything, you know, apparently in you know, the ARPG thing. you might get into a weird situation where it's like you have city building mechanics in your ARPG game. Because isn't that what the last thing that Crate Entertainment did was basically a city builder? I'm going to have so many ARPGs to play. It's going to be kind of ridiculous. But maybe we can do some split streams, shall we say. Do some D4 and then do some Grim Dawn. At one point, I thought about taking a break from ARPGs after I got done with my Elite run, but I kind of don't want to, because I'm kind of having fun doing all of this, you know. And this is a very nice community of people. We have multiple people who joined up and are, you know, watching and communicating and talking, donating. Thank you very, very much for all of you. And it's like, yeah, I can see doing more of this because one, people like it. One, I like, or even more important, one, I like it. Two, other people like it. So why not? Sure. When am I going to play Summertime Saga? I have no idea what that is. You're not trying to get me into some weeb thing, are you? Now, I'm not looking for any waifus here. It's an interesting game for Chads. I don't know if I've ever considered myself a Chad. Chads are good with the ladies. It's something that I've never been. In my heart, I am a rather shy person. It's like, Slayer, if you and I were to meet on the street, I might be able to have a conversation with you. I probably could. But I would be, like, really uncomfortable the entire time. Because I'm actually, at heart, a very shy person. Yeah. Being able... It's like, I can communicate through this little camera to the words that you're speaking, you know? And I can relate to them. Chattered. Thank you. Tag. Yeah, that's just one of those things where I am definitely an introvert. All right, this thing better give me some good stuff. I love it when it gives me good stuff. It makes Mambu really upset. It's like when I open up my inventory and we start looking at stuff, I really hope that Mambu is going to be like really angry at +2 to all soldier. It's a range thing. I really hope Mambu is like my day with you guys. If there are folks in here and they're talking, we have communication back and forth, whatever it is we're talking about, that's a good day. If I get subscribers over on YouTube or I get followers, thank you, Slayer. Speaking of, that's a really good day. If I get, you know, people donating or subbing or different things like that, that's an amazing day. But if I can get a day where I open up my inventory and Mambu sits there and starts swearing at me because of all the purples that I've gotten through that stream, that's the perfect day. Okay? That's the perfect day. Today's been a great day. Maybe even an amazing day. But if I can get the Mambu jelly at me, that's a perfect day. That's a perfect day. My whole objective in life is to make Mambu jelly of the gear that I'm collecting in Grim Dawn. I'm evil? Oh, hey. Oh, we are in a secret area. I don't know if I've ever been in this area. Maybe I have. Doesn't seem very big. I was hoping it was bigger. I guess there is a chest here. Yeah, I don't think I had seen this one before. Cool. I love all the secret hidden areas they have. Is IT worth studying? I was into IT and computers for a long time. The issue is keeping up with everything. You can never stop learning when you're in IT. Computer science. Computer science is great. I had fun in my computer science classes. It's like my biggest issue is I got done with my computer science stuff, and I have a degree, multiple certificates, that is, because it wasn't a 4-year degree. But I have multiple certificates in video game design. But when I got out of college, unfortunately, the next year was when the housing market dropped and the economy went to shit. At the time, I was working for Icarus Studios as a GM, and they laid off 2/3 of their entire group, which really sucked. And that was a year that I graduated. Yep. Timing has never been my forte. Maybe bad timing. Just wait until you go for your A+ certification. Just wait until you go for your A+ certification. That is some crazy things. See, when I started off going for, before I went into the gaming side of stuff, I started off going into the IT things. But then it just wasn't, I wanted to do something that I was going to, I think, enjoy and stuff more, but fortunately that didn't happen. But I went through all my classes and I was going to be, I took some of the tests. I was Cisco certified. I was MSD, not MSD, Microsoft. I can't remember the certification for Microsoft. It wasn't Microsoft Network. Might have been MSD, and I can't remember. But I was Microsoft certified. I was Cisco certified through the first 2 levels. Norvell. I didn't take my Norvell certification. I didn't take the A+ certification either. Although you have to keep re-upping your A+ certification, which sucks. Hey, there's only one person that can beg on this channel. There's only room for one leech on this channel. Okay? Studied 3D rendering, now you're a welder? Honestly, nowadays, the stuff that you study, a lot of times you never get into that thing. It's kind of ridiculous. For the longest time, my on Steam, my little icon for my avatar, my profile avatar, was my very first. It wasn't my very first, but it was my first 3D character that I ever created. It was a 3D model of Samus. For a programmer, it was a pretty good likeness of Samus, okay? That's all I'm saying. I was pretty happy with that. But I was much more on the programming side than I was other stuff. Yeah, A+, Network+, Security+. They're like the physical hardware stuff. If I were 18 again, what would you go into? Yeah, if you can do that stuff in the military, you can get those jobs easy when you come out. I do love the fact that in the States, you know, we have people that have gone to work for years and have gotten all these certifications and everything else. And they're these big experts and they've spent all this money. And if you go into the military, they basically have you doing the same thing, like, right? You know, you're like, it's all the free training you ever need, right? Oh, seriously. It's like, if you want to give advice to like young people now, it's literally don't go to university, go to community college, go to a trade school, and learn a physical with your hands type thing. because the people who are installing, your plumbers, your electricians, your HVAC guys, those are going to be the only people that don't have their jobs taken away by the robots, by the AI. You know what I mean? Those are going to be the most secure jobs out there. If any turbine at Boeing fails, it's not my fault. Oh man, that's a rough one to be tied into nowadays. I mean, the turbines from Boeing are actually doing pretty good. It's the door seals that are the issue, right? And the nitrogen seals. We can't forget that they're screwing up both terrestrial and extraterrestrial craft now. Boeing, man, they're like, you know what? We're so good that we can screw up both terrestrial and extraterrestrial craft. And I think I'm safe in saying that because I don't actually work for Boeing. But if you guys don't, if I just like go dead quiet, dead being the primary word there, and I'm not like streaming, when people kind of like ask you what happened to Thakard, just tell them that I made a comment that was negative about Boeing, and then he disappeared forever. I'm not saying that Boeing is a bad company. I'm just saying that I'd rather badmouth the CIA, NSA, DHS, Secret Service, all of them, than badmouth Boeing. I think my survival chances are higher. Mambo was old enough that his very first certification was on the abacus, okay? It's like, back in my day, we did things the Chad way with a slide rule, okay? I've been doing IT for maybe 10 years, 12. You're making $35 an hour working from home. Maybe I just need to get back into IT. I'd have to re-up all the certifications. Ugh. Mambo only needs 5 more years. You just do turbines. So you work for Boeing, Lotus, making turbines? Are these for, or what type of turbines are these? Are these like power generation turbines, or are these like turbines for engines? What was that? Toys companies that hide Pinkertons? There are a lot of people have hired Pinkertons back in the day. Yeah, that's what A+ stands for. Abacus Plus Certified. Man, boo, my son asked me what it was like running from Tyrannosaurus. You gotta love young kids. You work on engines, okay. Now, does Boeing make, because you said turbines, do they make power generation turbines, or is that generally like a GE type thing? Whoa. What did I do now? Don't open a challenge dungeon gate, then decide to go loot a box and let it close? I'm nowhere near the challenge dungeons. You're looking to do military aircraft? Sounds like fun. I do have to say that the military stuff is just cool things. Thakard knows more about Grim Dawn than Mambu? No, Mambu's probably just trying to trick me into something. Okay, okay. We're talking about you. The gate closed because you... Well, at least you didn't... At least it isn't hard to get skeleton keys, right? That... You know what? You know how I said the perfect day was when Mambu gets jealous at all the gear that I've collected? Mambu locking himself out of his own recently unlocked challenge dungeon? I have to say that puts a smile on my face as well. That indeed puts a smile on my face as well. That's not a bad day. We don't have to do this one right yet. That's not a bad day. Alright, I'm going to kind of make a beeline over towards Barrowholm so we can finish up at least part of that quest line there. But I'm going to start wrapping it up here in a couple of minutes. I am thinking about changing the stream times ever so slightly. I'm wanting to finish a little bit earlier now in the evening so I can get out, because I'm trying to, okay, not keep my figure, but, you know, get a figure. So I'm trying to get it to where I can do some, like, I can go out and exercise, take a walk before I you know, stop for the evening type stuff. So what I'm thinking about doing, guys, is moving the start time of the stream up to noon, and then ending it, instead of ending at 6 o'clock, ending it around 5 o'clock. Taking walks is good for the soul and the body. Well, I could use hope in both, probably. Definitely the body part. I'd gotten started into doing like daily walks, and then it rained for like 3 or 4 days straight.
I can't do that.
And so I didn't walk on those days. And then I didn't walk on like the next 2 days because, you know, it's wet outside, and that means there's like mosquitoes and it's all annoying. And if you don't do something for a couple of days, that's it. I don't walk in the rain. I'm a pussy. Well, how should I put this in a delicate way? Chafing sucks. You know? I'd rather not walk and be able to sit. As a fat man, I feel that on a personal level. See, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That wasn't very delicate? No, that was delicate. I mean, I could have been much more explicit, saying, you know, when it's raining, you know, for a person so well endowed as I.
Let's get started.
You know. But you guys don't need to know about my endowments. You're 6'2", about 350? I got you beat. I am 5'10 and 357. Huh? Depends on how tall you are. Hey, I was closer to 400, okay? That was a couple years ago. So I've already lost quite a bit of weight, okay? But I'm nowhere near where I want to be.
You strike me as somebody with an open mind. Tell me, shall we be friends?
Shall we be friends? We have to say yes.
You strike me. All right, then.
Okay.
Is there something you need?
I can't open that.
I can't open that. Let me out of the damn house. Pick up all these missions. I said pick up all these missions. Pick up all these missions. Damn it, learn how to click the right button.
A blessed welcome, traveler.
We'll have to compare bitch tits at some point. Hey, my man rack is just amazing, okay? But I'm gonna have to, either things are gonna have to get really bad. You know, because I'm not desperate enough now to make an OnlyFans, okay? You're gonna go hostile with them? Well, I'm going peaceful with them because that's what I did before, so. I need into that luck. I really need into that lock cellar. You are correct. I do want to get into that lock cellar. These crazy freaking people. Thakard, respectfully, you don't look that big. That's because the camera's up here, not down here. Because I only have a slightly fat face. We could go hostile on our Saturday playthrough, sure. I don't see why we couldn't do that. That'd be fun. All right. Let's head back home here, and let's see if we can make Bamboo jealous. Open the door.
I am relieved that we were never close.
All right. Open the door. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Can we make Bamboo jealous?
Got something you need?
Okay. First things first. Put away all these things. Okay. All right, let's take a look at stuff. We got a whole bunch of blues. I'm running out of places for stuff. I probably don't need another Perdition Shield. Let's take a look at our purples here. We have the Mythical Gavel of Ravenous Souls. We have the Death Guard's Shroud. This is part of the Death Guard set. That's kind of cool looking. We have the Dark Blaze Incinerator. Part of the Dark Blaze Garb. We were able to get the Misery. All right, Misery. What is this one? This is The Mythical Will of Bismil. 77 chaos damage, 523 health, 75 defense, 18 chaos resistance, 6 maximum chaos resistance. That's kind of cool. 3 to the bonds of Bismil. 1 to all skills in occultist. That's kind of cool. Plus 2 projectiles to summon familiar. 20% on attack to grant us chaos, invocation to chaos. Ooh, interesting. Cultist pet build. Yeah, we're keeping this guy, aren't we? Thak is a peaceful hippie. Me in your first playthrough of I almost said Battlestar Galactica. Baldur's Gate 3 was Dark Urge. Or are you one of those people that plays with the unlimited storage? Mambu is too. Alright, what else we got purple-wise? Virulent Pox, 10% on attacks. That's interesting. We also have a blueprint for Cinder Core. +1 skills to all. So legendary one-handed range. +1 to soldier and +1 to Oathkeeper. Might use that one day. Mythical Light Defender's Epaulet. Light's Guardian set. Looks to be... Storm Totem, Stormbox of Elgoloth. So that's, is that Inquisitor or whatever the hell it is? Mythical Aether Reach. I don't know, man. Aether Cascade. That looks kind of cool. Looks like it's another kind of petty thing. Mythical Death's Reach. +6 second duration to Bloody Pox. 1,000 vitality damage to Bloody Pox. 3,200 bleed damage per second to Bloody Pox. So hang on a second. I'm not even going to do the math, okay? I'm not even going to do the math. I'm going to just punch it in. So 32,086 bleed damage per second times 6 seconds. That's 19,716 extra damage. Obviously, it's like you can hit a lot harder than that, you know. I'm hitting a lot harder than that. That's still a lot of just AoE damage. Just going out everywhere. I mean, especially because it also does bleeding and vitality resistance, lower stuff on them. That is actually a pretty... If I was doing more of an occultist Bloody Pox build, Wave of Souls, 15% on attack. You might see this one on my weekend build, the co-op one. Not for a while because it's level 804. You know? Yeah, +4 to Bloody Pox. Is there a purple set for Witchblade? Maybe. Hang on a second. Clicked those wrong, didn't I? Oh, we have more purples, Mambu. This one is a Mythical Gut Ripper. +2 stats to soldier. So this is a... What's a soldier and a shaman? Because this would be a great one for soldier shaman. And so that is... Soldier shaman. Oops, wrong one. Not builds. Build calculator. I have to pick between this game and between Grim Dawn and Last Epoch? I mean, I can't tell you about Last Epoch, but I can tell you that Grim Dawn's awesome. So Soldier and Shaman is a what? A warder. A warder. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I mean, did you see the stats on it? That was pretty ridiculous. It was so +2 to all skills in Soldier, +2 all skills in Shaman. So you get +2 to all skills. That's kind of dope. I ain't gonna lie. If you want to try Grim Dawn, wait for a sale. Yeah. Mambu was right. You should have a sale around Thanksgiving. Grim Dawn might have, who knows? Grim Dawn might have a sale around Halloween as well. Is there any reason to play Grim Dawn online with like other people? Sure. Me and Mambu are playing co-op. Me and Mambo are playing co-op. So there's always you can always have stuff. Mythical Storm Scorched Shoulder Guards. Hang on a second. This would give us our lightning bolts back. Oh, man. And that's the wrong thing. We're not supposed to have that equipped. There we go. 500 less armor. We lose 3 to cadence, but we do get lightning bolts. We do get lightning bolts. I mean, I don't think you can look past that whole we get lightning bolts thing. Oh, where's that double rare that we got to? Let's make sure we stick that. This one we might get some use of. Demonic Ugdenbog, Howler of Piercing Darkness. I don't know who has Devouring Swarms or Siphon Souls, but it looks cool. +2 to Phantasmal Blaze, +2 to Siphon Souls, +2 to Devouring Swarm. Alright, we'll put that in the box too. We'll put that in the box as well. Doombolt, 20% when hit. +2 to Siphon Souls again. I think we're going to save this ring. It might be useful in a build. So, Mambu, were you jealous at all today? Is today a perfect day for me? Are you jealous? Is the Mambu jelly? Is there jelly in the Mambu belly? Doth the Mambu belly jiggle with the jelly? You didn't see anything that made you go, damn it? Oh. Not every day can be a win. Oh well. Not every day can be a win. Calidor's Defense. 113. Ooh, look at that. It's an Arcanist, Demolitionist, Inquisitor. Mythical Dreadguard. That thing looks cool. 96 to all damage for your pets. That looks like it would be nice for pets. Corruptor of Souls. The Mythical Corruptor's Mask. Okay. Alright, so I think we've taken a look at all these stuff. Virulent Pox. I might save that as well. So tomorrow, we will continue on. We will push through more of this area. I doubt we'll be able to get all the way to Malmouth, but we might be able to get close. So we'll do that tomorrow. And then Saturday, Mambu and I will be doing some co-op. And then Monday we'll have to see. Maybe we can check out Diablo 4 on Monday. Perhaps we can check out Diablo 4 on Monday. What was the occultist pet item I was looking at?
Got something you need stashed.
Can't remember where I put it. Sorry, that was like 5 minutes. That was like 2 minutes ago in my head. It's completely moved on by now.
Huge victory for the good guys.
Thank you much for the follows over on Twitch and the subs over on YouTube. Very much appreciated.
Welcome to the fight tonight in the
Shattered. Thank you. If you guys get a chance, if you're over on Twitch or if you're over on YouTube, please take a look and leave a comment. Give a thumbs up over on the Grim Dawn videos that I have done over on my YouTube channel, Thakard Gaming over there. That interaction really helps the YouTube algorithm to grab onto them and send them out to other people, and it helps grow the channel. So if you all could do that, I would love you for it. Thank you very much. Especially a big thank for the donations today. Very much appreciative. I've added a couple of you over on Steam. If you would like to add me on Steam, it is Thakard Gaming over there, so you can find me. I generally add everybody, and then I remove them when they annoy me. Usually it's because they're like trying to scam me out of something, so you should probably be safe. So you all have a wonderful day. I will catch you all tomorrow. We will continue on with this. I hope we have another lively days of conversations about Grim Dawn and philosophy and politics and all that other stupid stuff that no one seems to want to talk about nowadays, but we just have fun with it. So, oops, I guess that's what I'm carrying. That is an awesome looking okay, I'm definitely going to have to use this at some point. That thing looks just freaking cool. That is one hell of a cool looking weapon. All right, catch you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.